How's it going, chat? It's trial day! Are you excited? I'm excited. Do we do skills? Does it even save if I do skills? 20 on 50, so not at all. So we can add this. And what was the other one I wanted to add? I know I wanted to add... Oh, these ones. Right. Reveals viewpoints. This doesn't matter, right? Because we can just, like, concentrate. And, like, we need to concentrate to, like, hit the viewpoints anyway, so, yeah, that doesn't matter. Saint Miko. Who's Saint Miko? Got this. So, right? I think we're good. I mean, it's 0 out of 0. It's fine. In an attempt to resurrect the dead, Angie is killed. During a seance search for answers, Tenko is killed. Are the two related? The third trial begins. Okay, so I don't think there's realistically any doubt that Kyo was responsible for the second murder. Like, it would be wildly out of pocket if Kyo wasn't responsible for the second murder. Now the question is, was Kyo responsible for Angie's murder, or was Tenko responsible for Angie's murder? Like, did Kyo just commit a double murder? It would be interesting, because, like, the series has never done, like, actually, no, they have. Like, I was talking to Finn literally yesterday, and, yeah, they did. Because Hifumi killed Taka, and, Taka was killed, or Hifumi was killed by Celeste. Which, spoilers, I guess. For, like, the first game, but, like, I don't know why you'd be here if you're, like, watching the stream for the third game. Can I view the handbook, like, in its entirety, or is it just the evidence list? I can't, okay. So who are, like, aside from Kyo, who might be responsible? Because I think it has to be people from the student council. I don't think it's Robot. I don't think it's Gonta. Like, but that's primarily because, like, I don't think Gonta would use a sword. I think Gonta would just look at them and they probably die. Just fucking roll over. Kaito's just been not doing great, so Kaito is probably out. Kokichi's probably out, although, like, Kokichi was, like, just randomly injured as, like, a fake out. I don't think it was Maki, because throughout the duration of this trial, we were with Maki for most of it. Although that might be a red herring. And, like, it was just Maki for a random bullshit reason. But I don't think it was Maki. Tsumugi... I don't know. Tsubuki's been, like, really just mostly nothing so far. So I have a feeling that, like, she's either gonna have, like, some random, like, oh, we were learning a lot about her, and then she's gonna be, like, either the murderer or the murderee. Or Tsumugi's the mastermind. This is, like, more, like, meta thinking, but the mastermind is either someone completely outrageous, like Mew, which I don't think it's Mew because Mew's just like characterized very heavily. But Tsumugi's the opposite, where like she's characterized to be pretty much nothing so far. Um, like she's just very much just a nothing character so far. So I think it is just way more likely that it is Tsumugi over like anyone else. I can't believe we were so close to getting rid of this thing. Like small spaces, of course you do. Oh, of course you do. Alright. I think that's my prediction so far. I think Kyo's the murderer for his second one. I don't know who's the murderer for his first one. It's either Tenko and Kyo, or it's just Kyo. But it would be like really interesting. I hope the first murder was from Tenko, because I want to see like how like the rest of the students actually deal with the fact that like Kyo is a murderer, but like Monokuma's like, hey, Kyo's murder didn't necessarily count, or didn't count at all, because Kyo was just like, oh, yeah, I just like murdered, but it's second murder during an investigation, and investigations during murders just don't count, and I just randomly added that rule because fuck you, Kyo. So like, what do you do? Because I don't think that's ever been dealt with, where you're a blackened, but you're never punished. Like, not like Fuyuhiko, where it's Peko is the master's tool. Nothing like that. It's just literally like you killed someone and you were not blackened. You were not punished. Like, how would the gang deal with that? It'd be like kind of interesting. It'd be interesting in the way that like the series hasn't done it before, but like it'd be interesting nonetheless. Alright, I think that's enough waffling. Let's get started.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial.
I guess this bullshit also goes on for a
During
while.
the trial, you'll present your arguments
So
for
Monokuma
who
will
the
say the exact
culprit
same
is,
thing.
and vote
The
for
Monokubs will say
who
some
done
random
it.
garbage.
Vote
And then we
correctly,
can
and
actually
only
get
the
into the trial.
blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death. So you better vote for someone.
I wonder which Monokub is dying this time.
Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time. Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
Monokuma's
I can tell
disruptions?
Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Wait, what did Monokuma do for the investigations? Because, like, in the first case, and in the second, I mean, like, in the first case mostly, like, Monokuma, or, like, the Monokubs, not Monokuma, I don't know if they're, like, two different entities at this point. I think they're the same entity. But I think, like, for the first trial, that was, like, the most bullshit. Like, where Monofani just shows up and, like, just takes all the cameras. Actually, not even here. Monodam ate the key, right? But, like, in the second trial, they were, like, barely unobtrusive. Like, in the second trial, all they really did was give out the the Monocups pads. Or the Cups pads, I guess. So yeah, I don't think that in the second trial they did anything. And this trial, I don't think, like, they did anything in terms of, like, obstructing the investigation.
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it? Who killed Angie and Tenko?
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
Are you like cosplaying as a
The
ghost?
transfer student.
Oh my god, you are.
Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the
Okay.
grave.
Stop it! Stop making stuff
Do
up!
we actually have to disprove this?
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
We actually have to disrupt this. Fantastic. Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up. Here. Alright, we actually have to disprove it. It's fantastic. File, forehead injury.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No! So, ritual did work?
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
The 4 wax effigies that were created for the ritual, the resurrection ritual, they are exact replicas of the late Rantaro, Kaede, Ryoma, and Kurumi. They were being hung upside down from the ceiling of cliffs.
Angie.
Goldie katana. Because the katana is so old, the handle's gold lead rubs off easily. Yeah, I think we've seen this enough times across every game.
He did.
Necronomicon. Okay, the Necronomicon Resurrection Ritual. Prepare an effigy of the dead soul you wish to contact. Everyone may participate. The size and shape of the effigy is irrelevant. Make it out of whatever materials you wish. If it's not obvious who the effigy is supposed to be, label it with the name of the deceased. After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution, be careful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times. Then close your eyes and wait. After a while, you should feel a light tap on your back. If so, that means the ritual is a success. The ashes are only good for 1 use.
Say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes. Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is...
Forehead injury. Concerning the laceration, the injury on the victim's forehead was not bleeding as much as it should. I mean, it's because it was like... I'm assuming it's this. But why is it like on a side? Like, why is it on like a bit of the tape and not like all of it?
Is the late Rantaro a mommy?
Please,
think it's this.
stop it!
This isn't about believing reviving the dead. I have to focus on their statements. Were all those statements correct?
This crime was committed by the recently
No.
deceased.
All of this is garbage, Shuichi.
They came back to life
But,
and
like-
killed 2 of our classmates.
What specifically?
No! So, ritual did work?
No. I said that can't because there's no argument against it. Oh, it's because the
This
Necronomicon's
crime
still
was
around.
committed by the
Right.
recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No!
I'm dumb. I don't know why that like actually took any time at all.
So, ritual did work? That's wrong!
No, that's wrong.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
After preparing the effigy, burns Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, going to think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second. I can't let that comment stand. Sure, Everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
Can we just move past this already?
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong.
Has he never lied about
Raising
motives?
the dead is totally possible.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive.
He might not have, actually.
You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Even the other bear
Monodum is
that's
still
alive?
alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
I'm gonna have a stroke.
There's no way it's possible.
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who? Who did it?
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this.
Oh no.
I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
What? Why?
Really? Because of the sword?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Because I would, like, assume it's backwards, but alright. Front door, back door.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
What's Tsumugi's account? Angie had locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab since yesterday, working on the ritual. She would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. Student council members were Gonta, Kibo, Himiko, Tenko, and Tsumugi.
Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was
true.
the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I mean, you did too.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm.
So
You
weird.
went to the classroom, broke in, murdered the fuck out of Angie. Oh yeah! I'm a fucking genius!
So it's that? Broken. Is correct here really the culprit? Is the story of the facts?
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
Is it lockpicking? Kokichi can lock and unlock the front door of the Ultimate Artist Lab with his lockpicking skills.
And it was
Back door. There was a sliding lock. When Angie's body was found, the sliding lock was locked from the inside. The handle of the sliding lock removes the slightest touch. Something gold and shiny was on the handle. So, flakes of
found
the
in
sword.
Kyo's
Read this. So all the handle's gold leaf rips off the tip easily. So anyone could have mentioned the lab.
Which makes you.
And so it can only be locked 4 inches. The door was locked, but Kokichi opened it by picking the lock. Is it this?
Oh, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the
unbroken.
murder weapon. You were the only one who
I wonder
cared
how to
about that
flip
thing,
this.
Kyo.
Oh,
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom,
No. Whether Kyo had a key or not, Angie still would have let him into her lab. And from there, he could have pinned her down and murdered her just like that. Wait, no, she wouldn't. Kyo's not part of the
The
association,
culprit
right?
used a katana to kill Angie.
So is it this? Yeah, Korekyo isn't a part of the the association.
And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
That's wrong!
Okay.
No, Kiyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab.
I mean, she said broke in.
Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
So, look, I don't know if this applies here.
Before Angie locked herself up
But
in her
let's hear the
research
explanation.
lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council
Yeah, but
members.
she said break in.
And Kiyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kiyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Oh, how clever.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie.
I mean, that's not really a reason.
I
but
trust their
alright.
friendship. You guys do too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? 'Cause a robot ain't people, Jack.
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
Whatevs. The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi? Well,
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
I wonder if Kibo's inclusion
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
was like a response to like negative
Hey, stick up for me too.
feedback for Nekamaru robot.
Gonta definitely
Nekamaru.
not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
It's
And
mathematical.
I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Gonta
not the
not
culprit.
We're not the culprit.
Okay.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects.
Will not betray student
And do you...
really impossible. Not just
Be the
could open that
bug friends.
Why? It's not.
student council
Being out to
access. I didn't know robots told such boring lies.
Kokichi's lock picking.
Is that a robophobic remark?
Okay. There were several special statements, but one is obviously inconsistent. I'll listen carefully, sort the answers in my head, and find out.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects.
will not betray.
That's utterly impossible. Not just anyone could open that door. Only student council members had access.
Ooh, what do you mean? That was not a V counter or what? Alright. Okay.
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kiyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kiyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Kokichi pulled out some thin needles and stuck them into the keyhole of the lock. Click, click, click. Clack. There. Open sesame.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
Okay.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it. I killed Angie.
Why is that like cross on Tenko like swirly, like it's curved, like it's kind of like swaying? Is it like her bow?
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie.
I love Kokichi.
The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What
No,
did you
he's
say?
obviously lying.
Is this some kind of
This
joke?
is great.
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Does it not make sense?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
Are we talking about the back door?
What different method? Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was.
The back door? But like, how do we know it was locked last?
That's it!
Like, how do we
The
know
back
if this was
door.
locked last?
That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
So, tool the couple used locked sliding from the outside was. Oh, this thing. Okay. I'll show them the top one first. Oh, there's a katana here. I wonder if that's going to impede it in any way. I don't think so. Alright.
I see it! The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy. The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock because...
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on
That
that
just does
katana
not look
did
like gold
peel
leaf at
rather
all.
easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school
Yeah,
bell.
we know you can never let go of the first case in the first game of the game.
Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
It's been in every game.
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right? But wait, how did they move it with a katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
I
The clue that
cannot
might give us the
believe I
answer
was
is
right.
the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigies hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
I mean,
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
Yeah, that'd be like,
If it was not part of the
Really random.
ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
yeah, why hang all of them? A different purpose. What could that have been? The culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the door should be clear. More Psych Taxi. Alright, down to Vegas Strip. This is such a ridiculous minigame. Did I miss one? Oh, I missed one there. What turned the handle of the sliding lock? The sword, right? The effigy's hand, the katana's hilt. Shumi just casually went through his fucking player arc. Okay, I'm bad. Three more? What was done to make the katana turn the lock? It was stuck to an effigy, right? Is that what it wants? Katana stabbed into an effigy, so katana is stuck to an effigy. Right. So now, what's the question going to be? Like, how does the game want me to word it specifically? Oh, whoops. Oh, I have all the time in the world. How is the effigy manipulated to make the katana affect the law? It was spun around, and it fucking just spun back. So I'm spinning it. Swinging it back and forth and making it fall. What? Yeah. Right. To the Kuma Sutra Hotel, baby.
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us.
What?
Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Alright, this is still like an overall weird way to like approach like deducing who did it. Cause like we're describing like how the room was set up first, I guess, before like the murder and like Angie's body herself. Although I guess it's like probably like a decent way to like narrow it down. Until we get a suspect. Just like
Yes.
clear
Since
it out
student
based on the
council
first problem
prohibited
presented
anyone
and then
from
like go
walking
by
around
them
at
one at a time.
nighttime.
Okay, that's fair.
Saying it's the student council's fault?
Yes, it's all your fault, Himiko.
I didn't say that.
Everything is.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
We're also assuming it's the murder weapon.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
Okay.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
No.
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Oh, as in like everyone just knows.
Cough it
now?
up, Kokichi!
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
Oh, man. You guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
All right, So, who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
Mew, I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter, since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Cum dumpster! Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
She's really happy.
What should we talk about now?
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
I mean, no.
Don't
What?
forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council. Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
Me? A suspect? I never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Suspect rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down!
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
I mean, alibis.
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to
This is
that.
just alibis, but okay.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We gotta figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give 2 shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No, he has a
No.
point.
It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through.
Do you?
So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Kaito. All right. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tanko's death meaningless. The name of the curse...
I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Kaito.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
Tencrotch? The people who attended the seance. Himiko, and Kokichi.
That's it! It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those four are the culprits!
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
The suspects. The suspects.
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the four is really... Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this. Very well. I shall begin the preparations at once.
Oh, right.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Point of entry from outside? You must be referring to... the hole?
There! You're talking about under the floor, right?
Oh no, it's back under the
Huh?
table.
Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person could move through.
Right.
There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me.
Another?
Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
I mean, if you're including people outside, it could have been everyone else. But I still don't think that's the case. We need to figure out, like, exactly how she was murdered, but I still think it's Kyo. Hey, child, Marcus Stone,
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
This is the book? Yeah, it's the book.
By crawling.
Marcus Stone. Then here when he misplaced her forehead on a stone and put up like a turtle. Okay.
Under the floor.
Loose floorboard. Hole in the corner.
But it was
Kibo's flashlight function. Blinding light.
pitch black during
So
the
it's
seance.
Kibo?
How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor.
Under the floor?
You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
To shoot that with a little light, you could move around under the floor. What, is that
The
possible?
culprit sneaked in during the seance.
What do you mean?
By crawling.
What did it say? Function that Miyu added to Kibo, he can emit a blinding light from his eyes.
Under the floor.
Right.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
A function... Is it this?
Because... it wasn't dark under the floor.
No, it's not, right? Because if Kibo used the flashlight, we would have seen the flashlight. So does that mean the Caged Child?
Floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor
No?
and sneak into the empty room
Oh,
during
I
the
hit the white part.
seance.
Whoops.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to...
Hold on a second.
The
So I think
culprit
it's
sneaked
this
in during
on the Kibo uses flashlight, right?
because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean,
Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh?
Now, hold on a second. Kibo could have used that function to
No? Sure, it's crap under the floor, but there's enough room for one person to move around, especially if they have Kibo's flashlight.
I was wrong.
I mean, two, because we were down there with Maki, but
the culprit
whatever.
sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see,
No. With the room as dark as it was, one would need a light, no? Or denying my entire theory. Either way, your evidence is lacking.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
Okay, so what does this say? The loose floorboard right below Tenko, it was not loose before the seance.
But it was
Hole in the corner. The room the seance was held in, there's space under the floor so you can see what was dropped there.
pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
Shock Village, Marker
But it was
Stone,
pitch black during the
Normal
seance.
Stone,
How could they even see
loose
if they were under the
floorboard,
floor?
Secure
Because it wasn't dark under the floor.
hole in the corner.
You see, our
in the
villain
middle.
had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
What if I lie with this? Yeah, that
I'll
works.
reveal
Okay.
the truth. Mew, you gave Kibo his flashlight function, correct? Did you not notice?
I didn't notice what.
It's hard to believe that Kibo is a culprit in this case. It's even hard to believe that this trial isn't being manipulated by someone. So even if I have to lie, I need to defend Kibo.
The drawback of the flashlight function that you added.
The truth.
It's so bright, even Kibo can't see when it's turned on.
I see. That bright, huh? Wait, what? There's no way a genius like me would make that kind of rookie mistake!
But you make mistakes a lot. A whole lot.
Hey! If you're gonna fuck me in front of everyone, at least buy me dinner first!
If he can't see, it doesn't matter how bright the area is. He couldn't move like that.
What's Kibo gonna say to
Kibo
this?
couldn't have been underneath the floor.
What is Kibo gonna say to this?
Is that true, Kibo? Is what Shuichi said true?
Come on, Kibo, please play along. Kibo!
Well, I'm so sorry. I just don't remember. Really, I'm sorry.
Ah, we get it already. Just turn it off. We're gonna go blind.
You don't remember? What does that even mean?
Well, Shuichi, trying to make a fool out of me, huh? Let me put on some makeup, cause I want to at least look pretty before you decide to fuck me!
That's
Shuichi, I'm so sorry.
I fucking love you. Stop turning the
Damn,
flashlight
that
on!
is seriously bright.
Wouldn't the light have shined through the gaps of the floorboard if it had been this bright?
Yeah, okay, so this is what I wanted to say. Like, this is... So, was it, like, loose floorboards? Hang on. What does loose floorboards say? Is it loose floorboards or the hole? Oh, the game's doing the thing again. Not this, the other one. So that's what I initially wanted to say, and then I was like, okay, I can't figure out, like, how the game wants it. So, just lie about the flashlight. See, I think it's supposed to be this. Not sickle. The loose floorboard. No, it's not this. The hole, right? Hole in the corner. So you can clearly see what was dropped there. Yeah, you can clearly see through it. That means the other way is also true, and you can like clearly see light from a pitch black room. Okay, so that makes sense.
Yes. The culprit couldn't have used a light under the floor. Not even Kibo.
Oh, they couldn't have?
We were there after all. We would know. There was a hole near the corner of the room we were in, remember? If someone had a light under the floor, it would have leaked through.
But when we did the seance, I'm pretty sure the room was pitch black.
That's right. We didn't see anything, so the culprit couldn't have used a light.
And just because I have a built-in flashlight function does not mean I am the culprit.
I see. That was a flaw in my theory.
Geez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot.
Yeah, because we want to get rid of you.
My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
But why?
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch-black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny?
No, they definitely do.
Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
Like, there's a few things I don't get yet. Like, how did the scythe... Because, like, the scythe was clearly used as the murder weapon, right? It was used on the nape of her neck. And the scythe was disposed of afterwards through the hole during the entire process. So, when did those things happen?
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that. That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Her corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right?
I think, like, the referential... Like, the game is just, like, obviously very clearly living and referencing itself across the other games. Which is, like, kind of fan servicey, and I think, like, it's overstaying its welcome. I think a few times it's fine, but that was, like, several times across, like, this one trial. And it's been doing it from before this. Actually, has it been? No, it's mostly been this trial. So, maybe in, like, one trial, it's, like, fine. It's fine. I want to reserve judgment, but so far, I think, like, I liked the writing for, like, the characters and their interactions, like, or, like, the case interactions, specifically, better in the second game. Like, the Monokuma bullshit, I liked better in the second game. Actually, should be told I don't like the Monokuma bullshit anywhere. What is with the writing in the back? Like, why is it clearer on the bars and then, like, really hazy outside of it?
If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
Such as?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
Yes.
When? So not during seance?
Absolutely during seance.
Tanko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
Like, there's no point of no return, Tenko. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over. Okay, so this is the last time Tenko spoke. Yeah, I don't know how this is a discussion. Like, Tenko, like, when and alive, Tenko came out dead. Like, for the duration of, like, when she was under the white cloth, she was effectively Schrodinger's Tenko. Like, she was killed during the seance. It's just a matter of figuring out how. The floorboard's gonna be relevant, the sickle's gonna be relevant,
Yes.
being under the floor is
She
gonna
was
be relevant.
unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
And she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
A different...
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads. Huh?
Yeah, what? Do you have to deal with
Since
this bullshit?
Balta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
The sanest Danganronpa character.
When
She
Tenko
sit on
got
the floor.
killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time.
Yeah, what is this argument?
She was under the cage the whole time. And she was
Yes.
dead when the cage was lifted.
Yes.
What about moment cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit!
There's no doubt!
I couldn't read most of that. I was like mildly distracted. Tenko not being killed in seance, that might not be possible. That might not be impossible, there's no evidence for it.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't.
Okay, so what did he say? Because it's over Tenko and Himiko removed it. Tenko's blood is on the bottom of the cage.
During the seance.
Oh yeah, and then like the sheet, the blood wouldn't be on the sheet. Okay.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time.
Right.
And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
Right.
What about moment cage was lifted?
That's wrong!
No, that's wrong! That was the first V counter I hit in a while.
No, It wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
What?
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Alright, 1v1 the waifu. Tenko's last moments, Marker Stone, Loose Full Bore, Iron Cake,
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gaps of the cage. And that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo!
Her neck was exposed.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo!
There has to be a hole in Muse logic somewhere. All I have to do is show the evidence that will counter Muse claims.
The blade...
The sickle was under the floorboard, under the floor of the room the seance was held in. The weapon came from the Ultimate Assassin's lab. The blade was about 6 inches, and the blood was still wet.
It's all you need.
Tenko's last moments. Tenko died in a crouch position. The injuries in the back of her neck was deep, but probably not enough to kill her immediately.
If you
What's
stick
this?
the blade through a gap in the cage,
This?
it'd be
You
long
made
enough
it!
to reach
Shark,
Tenko,
welcome.
sitting in there with her
Is this?
exposed.
Nope, it was not that. How's it going? Oh, she probably was sitting down normally when she was in the cage. I think what's better explanation,
Damn it!
bucko.
The blade...
Just got home from work. Well, you didn't miss too much. I think like we went through some bullshit. But I was like going through a lot of like speculation. I cannot believe I was right about like, oh yeah, they like fucking stuck the sword into Kaede, hung it over and spun it around, and that's how they locked the door. I set that as a fucking joke. So that was pretty good.
That's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps, in which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the... And that's none other than Kyo!
How do I
The
contradict
blade's
this?
all-
Or is it the marker stone? So, is it the marker stone, or is it the fact that the blade is only 6 inches long, so it wouldn't reach her? So, if I do not spoil it. Yeah, no, it's fine.
You need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
Alright, so, how about this? My current guess for this is... like, the fact that a section of the bottom cross piece was sawn off is relevant, so they fucking like Like, I think Tenko was killed the moment that, like, a loud thud happened. Because, like, when they were, like, performing the seance, or, like, the ritual, and they were, like, doing the song with, like, the caged child, like, there was, like, that loud bang, or, like, loud thud, and that's, like, the exact moment she was stabbed. Now, how she was stabbed was the blade was, like, stuck to the top, and then, like, this was kind of pushed onto her. Like, it was pushed onto her somehow. Either, like, the entire cage fell through, which doesn't really make too much sense to me, or she was pushed up from, like, the loose floorboard. Because, like, that section of, like, the floorboard was missing, and that was, like, the hint we got from Kokichi, because Kokichi was, like, randomly bleeding, because he was like, oh, I just wanted to go check the other rooms about something, and then just, like, conked himself. Is my current speculation. Now I just need to figure out, like, how to actually say it.
Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps, in which case, the person who lifted the sheet is
So
the...
she's
And
second under the
that's
floor
none
for
other
this?
than Kyo!
Because, like, I don't think we're quite that far yet. I just need to, like, prove that, like, she couldn't have just been killed very quickly through it.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage,
Oh, whoops.
it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all...
Oh, whoop. It's not that. Oh, we're gonna die.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck...
It's not that either. Alright.
I was wrong!
One of these, surely.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her... Bones.
I'll cut through your words! Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage.
That could have been true for any of these!
She was bent over with her...
Okay, I think that's kind of dumb. So, I think that's kind of dumb, because I tried presenting, like, the caged child, and the caged child also says you need to, like, curl up like a turtle and sit crouched over. It says the same thing! No! Yeah, you did it before you typed it, but, like, it says the exact same thing. These are interchangeable. Like, the marker stone, yeah, like, she's crouched over. She has to be crouched over because these all say the exact same thing. Tenko died in a crouch position. Also says that she was in a crouch position. Why does this make more sense than this? Or this? Whatever. It's fine.
forehead
It's
against
fine.
the marker stone.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko
Yeah,
while she
and-
was in that position.
And then I also presented the sickle, which also didn't work, game.
Then I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
It's because her head was directly against the marker, since that was... So since her head was down... Yeah, no, I know why. It's because, like, she was crouched over, right? But there's, like, 4 things in there. Like, the sickle says it's too short. And the other 3 things all say the exact same thing, where, like, all 3 of them say that she was crouched over throughout the duration of the seance. So, like, they all say the exact same thing. Like, the marker stone is one of them. But the Caged Child book also says the medium is crouched over. And, like, Tenko's last moments also say that she was crouched over. And her head was down to the floor. But, like, all 3 of those say the exact same thing. But only one of them work. But you can present all 3 of them. Look, yeah, but... that's presentable by all 3 things. Well, again, this says the same thing. like curl up like a turtle on the ground. And this says the same thing as well. I mean, it's fine. It's just like
no worries.
kind of ambiguous. It's whatever.
How embarrassing!
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Huh?
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
Stop that now.
Oh, yeah. Also, Kokichi's been great
Angie's
for the duration of this
spirit
trial.
Killed Tango? Why?
I think my favorite moment was
Himiko?
like one where I just
Why
like
would Angie's
lied
spirit kill
out of bullshit
Tanko?
and it worked, leading to one
What
of
if
the best
Tanko
scenes I've
killed
seen so
Angie,
far.
and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
And the other one when like Kokichi was like, "Oh yep, you're right, I'm the culprit." That was great. That was great. I love Kokichi.
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Like Kokichi's been like the person that's been like moving this. Like I've been liking Kokichi more in this trial than like before, because I think like he's like become more hands-on and he's like actually like pushing the trial forward. Whereas like in the other two cases, I'm sorry, but in the other two cases he was like kind of just memeing and like just trolling around a little bit. But like in this case, he's been like actively pushing the trial forward by like moving people and like making people think in ways where that's relevant to the case itself, in ways that matter. So I think that's been like really nice. One of these days, surely. Bro, what? Okay. Alright.
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done
wait,
that!
I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage?
No.
If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I
noticed.
agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
Do you actually?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Did you catch the stupid when I wasn't looking?
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
The they she's referring to. Oh, is she saying it's a suicide? Okay.
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
Oh shit.
What did you say?
Are you saying Tenko is
Wait.
the culprit?
What? What? Celestial, what is that? Yeah. What? I don't know what that is, but like, if you want to suggest games, I'm actually like looking for more suggestions and I'm taking suggestions. So I'm glad you're here. I have a poll running on my Discord that you can like vote on. But I'm also taking suggestions. So like, if you have like suggestions for like games that you think would be like good for streaming, including this, which it's a lot to take in right now. But no, if you're like suggesting a game that would be like good to stream, feel free. Like join the Discord, put it up in the suggestion box, and like I'll put it up for this poll or the next poll. Currently the game I'm planning on playing after this is Elden Ring. But after Elden Ring, I'll move on to something else. That's what that poll is for. But like currently I'm leaning towards Elden Ring. But I don't know what that game is. So like if you have any suggestions, join Discord, hop in whenever. And you can vote on all of it. But I don't know what that game is. Sorry. Thursday Tanko is the culprit. I don't think so, but maybe. I'm still convinced that Kyo is the culprit. Like, I am just absolutely convinced Kyo is the culprit because, like, Kyo was, one, really pushy with the seance bullshit, and two, we had to go through seance bullshit. Like, I think Kyo not being the culprit would literally be a plot hole.
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance.
But why?
It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Okay, so what was it tied to? Actually, you know what? Well, let's see where this theory goes. I don't think it was Tenko. For sure. That's more of like a character thing where I don't think Tenko is the type of person to do that as a character. So even though she was like raising every single red flag as she went in there, like she went into this whole like hero I'm dying speech, and then went into the cage, and then just never came out. Like, despite that, I don't think this was the intention.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me.
No, that doesn't make sense in general, because, like, you'd have to move the floorboard and, like, put your hand down and toss it after you stabbed yourself in the back of the neck. Like, how does that make sense to anyone?
There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Alright, Slug.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
Hey Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
Okay,
But
that kind of
if
tracks.
she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right?
That's actually sort of plausible. So
It's
sure.
to take us down with her.
Okay, that's not plausible. That's
Take us
bullshit.
down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial, so she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her.
No.
Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Oh shit, I need to do the thing.
Wait! We should believe Tenko's last words!
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Cool.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually... People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know?
Kaito
we're
saying
gonna
that
have
to
some
Kokichi
secrets.
is like a statement.
What matters is whether there's any
What?
malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them. That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
No, be useful.
Well, we come from different backgrounds.
She's not being
So
strict
for now,
enough,
let's
actually.
agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Okay, I'm glad they acknowledge it. That is a wild statement.
Whether or not I believe. My heart can't reach Tenko. She wouldn't commit suicide. That's what I want to believe!
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
A proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki?
I mean, we lied during this
If
trial,
it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like.
so probably not.
But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
Alright, I actually have no idea. How do we disprove that? I never believed Tenko would kill herself, but because of what she said. Okay, everyone, I'll see you guys after the seance. I mean, she could still say that and do it. I don't think that's, like, reasonable. She said see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was a suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that, and if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe. Twin file, K-Child, lost memories, his whole board, holding
So
the
far,
corner.
suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Can we just prove
Tenko's
that?
not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle under.
With the last of her strength. The victim was stabbed in the back of her neck, resulting in injury, resulting in death. No other injuries were detected. What about Tenko's last moments? Does that say probably not enough to immediately kill her? So she that's like not something we can disprove immediately, at least.
Beneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks they committed suicide, but only because they're latching onto the easiest answer to get out of this. I need to make them think that their suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
If I lie about this as if she died immediately,
But
that
if
incident.
Tenko did
Okay,
commit
so I think that.
suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
I really like these effects.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
I'll reveal the truth. Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor. Because she died instantly.
I like the fact that there's more lies in this trial.
Instantly?
Because that was like 2 out of like the 4 or 5 statements or something. Maki's aware, she knows. Her death might not have been instant, but she could not have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail.
She believes in us!
Tenko died instantly.
Okay.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki Roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Kaito fucking can it!
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely...
Wait, so how thick was the blade for the sickle itself? That's like a pretty thick sickle, no? I mean, the holes are pretty big too. I think you could fit the blade of the sickle through one of the holes. Like, maybe? Maybe. It's close, though. Call this trial? I mean, so far it's, like, interesting, but, like, just based on the way it was presented, I just don't think there's, like, a real answer that isn't Kyo. So, if it's not Kyo, I'll, like, probably judge it higher, because I think that'd be, like, more interesting. But, based on the setup of, like, specifically Tenko's murder, because I'm not sure about Angie's murder yet, But specifically for Tenko's murder, I think it's Kyo for sure. Now, the interesting thing would actually be if Kyo committed the murder for Tenko, but didn't kill Angie. Tenko was the one that killed Angie, except, like, the second murder doesn't count according to the bear. Like, so, Kyo would go off, Angie would be the blackened, there's, like, no actual blackened punishment or execution, and, like, the rest of the group has to, like, deal with Kyo being, like, a known murderer, or, like, a known blackened. Like, not blackened, but, like, someone that has killed someone else. That would be, like, a very interesting dynamic that I don't think has necessarily been done before, because we've had other people who've been, like, suspects, or who've been, like, attempted murderers, like, Fuyuhiko, like, Nagito, but we've never had someone that, like, actually killed someone and then, like, had to just continue living with the rest of the group. So if that's the case, that'd be, like, a very interesting resolution. Other than that, so far, there's, like, bits and pieces that I'm not too sure of. There's bits and pieces that I'm not too sure of right now for sure. Like, I think the blade was attached to the cage. Because it could have been attached to the floor, right? If, since Himiko was the one that removed the cage, Himiko and everyone else would have seen the blade. Plus, I don't think Himiko is smart enough to come up with literally anything. Although, for this case, she could have. She's a magician. She could have used her ultimate magician talent to, like, set up some bullshit to, like, get her killed while no one could see anything. But Kyo could have done that as well. And also, I don't think, like, yeah, the sickle wasn't attached to the cage, right? Is what we settled on, because there was blood on the white cloth and not the cage. I mean, there's blood on the cage as well. There's also blood on the white cloth, which means, maybe the blade was attached to the cloth, which would, like, also doubly point to Kyo, because Kyo is the one person who was the only person that put on the cloth and took off the cloth. Because everyone else was involved with, like, both the cage and the dog. So, I don't think the dog was the one with the blade stuck to it. And I think everyone would have seen, like, the blade being stuck on the cage. Whatever, let's keep going.
Killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No! There must have been a way! We're gonna figure it out!
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance? If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Yeah, there's a giant bang in the middle of us all singing. Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery. The child is forward, sound during seance.
Did anything seem
seance,
out of
right?
the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the
What are the
seance
lies?
failed.
Snap
The ritual was
crossbeam,
perfect, and yet it failed.
magic circle,
How utterly strange.
the Shuichi drew,
Now that I think about it,
sound during
while we were
seance.
all singing the song,
It's like silence during seance.
I heard something fall, I think.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally
This
pitch
H
black.
village.
My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
What happened? Just stay calm and think. There is some kind of clue.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that
bothers me. The fact that the seance failed.
the
Ritual was
perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
I
Agree
agree.
with that. We have to agree with the slug. Alright.
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound
So
you
what
heard,
was
right?
the sound? What fell? Because it just sounded like a bang to me, but like... Apparently it's the sound of something falling? Yeah, it's a bang. It sounded like wood.
It sounded
So that was
like
also the
something heavy
moment-
fell down and hit the floor really hard. What
Hmm.
could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Yeah.
I think it's
Am
low-key
I
obvious.
wrong?
Okay,
I thought
so...
something fell,
The
but
heavy things in the room that would sound like it's falling down. The only heavy things in the room were the caged dog. Like, that was like something everyone very pointedly talked about as like being very heavy. The cage itself. And like the floorboard, maybe? Along the cage that Himiko fucking chucked to the side. Yeah, no, she did. But like that doesn't mean it's not heavy. She used her magic. Ooh. Okay, maybe like the cage isn't heavy. But I think I know, but I'll let the game say it. Yeah, she used her levitation spell. It's in the gravity subclass of magic spells, obviously. How do you not know that? I cannot believe you're alive.
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
A loud sound, like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with other things happening in the dark. Yeah, Himiko just flexes. What was the question? Shit. What caused the sound that was heard during the seance? I think it's the floorboard. This weighs about 175 pounds. So this was like a heavy thing. So this? They said they want something heavy. I think it wants this. Because I think this shifted somehow. So I think it was this. The statue on top of the cage made that sound. It would be pretty loud if it dropped, but it was still in the cage after seance. It's not like you to forget something like that, Shuichi.
Damn it!
Okay, so it's not that. So it's the floorboard?
This is it!
Okay, sure.
I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
would the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
Is that really it? Wait, I need to see something. Where's like the one where it mentions like the cross section was cut off? Okay, so one of the cross pieces that support the loose floorboard in the room the seance was held in, only the portion of the supports the floor was cut off. It wasn't broken naturally. It looks like someone had purposely cut it. That room also had a part of a cross piece cut off. The portion that supported the floorboard. Oh, is that it? Is that actually the answer? Is the answer Hio prepped all 3 rooms by cutting off the bottom crosspiece of the floorboards to make like some bullshit fucking seesaw and like mark Tenko to accurately be somewhere by using the stone as a marker, and then just like jumped on a wood, put the sickle on the cloth, stuck the cloth with the sickle like through the hole, and then like she got lifted upwards and that like shifted the statue, and then she was dying. But then everyone took it off. He was the only one that took the cloth off, and then while no one else was looking or distracted, took the sickle out and threw it down the corner. That would involve like every single room having like a hole in the corner though. Like, did all the other rooms have a hole in the corner? Did he just like prep all 3 rooms? There's space on the floor so you can see what's dropped in there. But like the passageway between like the other rooms were like natural and were created. And check the original shape. Like, so we couldn't like take a look at the original shape unless like Kibo just has a picture of it. Because I also am a robot. Look at my sound recorder and my picture functionality. I pulled this from my memory. My memory is pictures. But, Alright, let's keep going.
It was the sound of an intense impact.
Mm-hmm.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
Like, the sound was like her hitting the cage and like rattling the dog. That is true. There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could it possibly be?
All right, then. Let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
Alright. I don't know why that pause was so long. Sound during seance.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Magic circle.
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance.
Sickle under the floorboard.
Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that
No.
statue was still on top of the cage.
Yeah,
Culprit
no,
hide under floor,
No.
then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and Balls are the best of friends?
She's so happy about it. But think about everyone's testimonies combined with the facts.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
So is it the crosspiece now?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make... But that
What does it say?
statue was still on top of the cage.
Well,
Culprit hide under floor.
yeah, together
stood up
they're
with
the
such
perfect
might.
waifu. Amazing.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Oh, I just whiffed.
I agree.
You know what? That works. Yeah, so you take...
Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
You take the fact that Kaede has, like, just all the makings and qualities of, like, the best waifu, and then you take the fact that... You take the fact that Miu is, like, a walking erection, and then you combine them together, and you put them inside Kurumi's body and look, and we have the perfect waifu. I think like this game overall has like really fun characters to have on the screen. Like I think there's like very exaggerated characters. The fact that Miu's walking direction. I'm sorry, is she not? Like, some of them are, like, negative or positive. The characters in, like, this one in particular are, like, very, very colorful, which is, like, something I can really appreciate.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Yeah, so, like, if Tenko was here, and if this was, like, used as, like, a support, someone could have just, like, stepped on this, and that would have, like, or, like, I guess jumped on this. This would have lifted Tenko up, and if, like, the scythe, or the sickle was, like, attached to, like, the cloth up here, that you would just, like, bump into this and it would, like, go into your neck.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
You get to commit the murder. What did they stand to gain? That is the question. Not an English textbook. I mean, you say give him an English textbook, but the man was taught by dinosaurs. He was raised by the reptiles. What need does he have of English? He speaks fucking lizard. It's his first language. I'll need to carefully think about this crosspiece bullshit. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard, and the crosspiece that had been cut off was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the crosspieces was cut, the other two were intact. One of them was right on Tenko, and the other was in the center, right about where the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Think. Come on, think. What the fuck? S. I don't know. A. E. E. Is it seesaw? Alright, it's looking for seesaw. Yeah, when I saw the E and the Fs, I was like, it's gonna be seesaw effect, but like, that's such a dumb way to describe what's happening. Alright, where's the C? C. Oh shit. Here.
I see now.
Not even close.
that's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Yeah? A seesaw?
A seesaw?
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off. The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, If you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Huh? How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
Oh. She saw the cage and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusion can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence. No! Don't tell me I'm right. Oh.
That's it! The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over.
Yep.
Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage.
You hit the nail right on the head. Yeah, I hit the sickle right in the neck. I don't think I can continue playing this game sober. Like, I don't think this game was made with the intention that a sober audience is, like, playing this game. Because, like, the bullshit I'm saying is, like, mostly just, like, oh, this is, like, clearly not what happened. Yeah, I don't think I can do that anymore. Alright.
She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would
This
have
is
connected with
so
her neck.
convoluted. Like, okay, so my issue with this is, well, logic difficulty. It should be mean for both. It's mean for both. It's like mean for puzzles and mean for logic. Right? Can I check it from here? I can't check it from here. We can change depending on that. Yeah, I don't know. I think like at the very first game, I played it to like, I played like the logic to like normal difficulty, and they just had fewer bullets. Because I think the first game had like 3 different settings, and like the gentle or like the kind setting didn't have noises, but like I had white noise, but there were like fewer bullets. Takes away evidence to make it harder. I mean, this is the hardest difficulty. Because this game only has 2. There's like kind and there's mean. So like, my issue with this currently is, like, this is such an elaborate setup to specifically use this during the investigation. Like, did he like really fucking see a murder happen, and he was like, "This is my time," and he like just fucking set up 3 different rooms, and was like, "All right, Himiko, pick one." He was like he really was just the ultimate magician all along. He set up like 3 rooms, set up all this bullshit to like do, "Oh, I've always wanted to do this seance, guys," and then just like use it to kill someone. And then Monokuma's like, "Oh, the murder during an investigation just doesn't count." Like, maybe they'll explain it. Maybe they will explain it. But so far, like, this murder happening just does not make sense to me. Alright, yeah, let me just stop yapping. I need
The
to
6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouch position.
Yeah.
But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's
Right.
definitely an unorthodox idea.
Right.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide. Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know?
That coming from
They
you
can't
is
get away with murder the normal
something.
way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
Wait. Himiko is 86 pounds. Tenko is... No, she's literally like one of the old... Himiko's literally one of the only people on this list that physically could not have carried out this plan. You dumb motherfucker. Is she like the only one? Tenko's 115. Maki couldn't. Angie couldn't. Samuki, with enough momentum, you can. Like... No. That's not how seesaws work.
Why's that?
Because this
take out
seesaw
the leader.
homicide required
Yeah.
its location to be prepared beforehand.
By
The
cutting the
ultimate supreme
crosspiece
leader.
beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room.
He's trying to manipulate me.
That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
If you're talking about Mew, I think she's the one that wants to be... I don't know if manipulated is the right word, maybe like dominated. And Himiko isn't a she, because I don't know if slugs have genders. And slugs are creatures. Also, welcome back to Stream Wanted. It's been a while. However, there are 3 rooms. Which one shall we pick? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
Did they ever address... Yeah, they mentioned it like as soon as we found the sickle, that like this came from my lab. Like, we talked about it like when we were in the underground.
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
Yeah, it was just
Our
as true
culprit,
back then.
Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time.
Did they see anyone go into Maki's lab? I don't think they mentioned that, but if they did, I wasn't paying attention. Also, Maki's been like spending more time outside of her lab, so I'm willing to believe it. Like, Maki's been coming out, working out with us, like... I think the bullshit part about that is every single lab is permanently unlocked except the Ultimate Artist Lab, but for whatever reason, the Ultimate Assassin's Lab, with all of the weapons ever, is just, like, the unlocked one that anyone could access at any point in time. Which don't make too much noise. I mean, like, I think it's been established that most of the cast could, like, get through the hole in under the floorboard, except, like, Gonta, maybe. But no, my point with that was, like, Himiko's literally too light to lift Tenko, because it's a seesaw. I think, like, the weight difference is too large for Himiko to, like, lift her up with enough impact to actually stab her. Also, like Hirumi's case in the inner tube. Oh my god. Yeah, like Hirumi's case in the inner tube.
Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it.
I agree with that, but Danganronpa. I mean, like, yes, it's Danganronpa, and they have, like, bullshit logic a lot of the times. But the cases, on some level, have to be grounded so that, like, we can solve them, right? Because if we can't solve them, then, like, the cases could just be whatever. It could just be random moon logic, and, like, you thinking through the case no longer applies because you can't think through the case because the case just does not apply human logic. Like, that would kind of suck. Like, I'm willing to believe the game has its own internal logic, and like I said, it's in its own internal world, but on some level, for, like, mechanics like this, it has to be, like, something that is, like, adhering to the laws of physics. Use the Iron Maiden.
Then, she killed Tenko. All according to plan.
Keikakudori. Yes.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right?
Yeah, he just randomly put that out there. Why?
He's
are we
wrong,
talking
right,
about this?
Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tenko? I killed Tenko?
What the fuck are you talking about, Slug?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. But does that mean Himiko really killed Tenko? No, because he set up this bullshit on every single fucking room. Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel. Wait, he set it up in every room, so that would just... Calling her a slug is so... Did you just notice that? I've been calling her a slug, like, I think since the second case. I don't think I've ever stopped calling her slug. It's the one thing that makes the most sense to call her.
Well now.
Looks like we've reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz? Okay, wait. Assuming we apply logic, did Kyo commit, like, the first... Let's more reasons to think that, like, Kyo committed the first murder. Because if he set up, like, all three rooms, like, he would know there was a murder that was gonna happen, so he could... No, I'm dumb. That makes no fucking sense. Because, like, if he committed the first murder, why would he commit the second murder?
It's
One
okay.
case ago. Hey, one case was several streams ago at this point. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me. Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time. No, we're the real victims.
Absolutely right!
That's the right answer, Monodam. Why? He hasn't said anything.
Hey,
Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you and you get tons of posthumous popularity. Daddy! Oh, Daddy, you don't need to reveal these kind of behind-the-scenes details.
All right!
Dying makes you more popular, then we gotta die soon too. Okay, which Monocup is dying is like the most interesting question in this trial so far. From looking at this, it kind of looks like Monodam because he's like lower on the totems or like the stumps. Also, like it kind of feels like the other two are like not vibing with Monodam because Monodam's like just murdering all of them. I hope to God it's Monophony. Do you not like the vomit?
Ooh, this is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Spooky.
I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
You know what? I hope Monophony dies too.
Logic does not compute.
Huh? Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
That doesn't sound scary at all.
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Huh? Did you hear something?
Oh, okay, they are just ignoring him.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, no, I do too. Like, Usami was like already kind of annoying enough, but like Usami was like relevant to the plot. I'm more willing to forgive Usami because Usami was also like actively trying to help in a lot of points, and like not all of it was just like played for laughs. But like so far, the Monocups just have had like literally no reason to exist aside from like just padding out the game time.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not?
Like, a part of me wonders... Oh, what are you drinking? Tea. It's just, yeah, just like green tea. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm playing Danganronpa. It's vodka. It's just, obviously I'm not sober right now. Which is why I can, like, think on the same wavelength as the game. It's green tea. I think it's, like, honey, lemon, ginger. Yeah, it's honey, lemon, ginger, green tea. A part of me wonders if like the games would be better without like the involvement of the Monokumas, because like I like the overarching premise, not like the overarching story. Yeah, basically. But like I like the overarching premise of like all the high school students are like stuck in an enclosed environment. There's like a battle royale essentially, or like a killing game to like escape from the situation they're in. I like the setup and I like the environment. Maybe like without the Monokuma bullshit, it would be like too serious. And they need like a mascot or something, but I think the Monokuma bullshit is also like something that overstays its welcome for a lot of the game time. And I think the mystery and like the environment itself it's good enough on its own to stand on its own in the game. But maybe not. Maybe like without it the game would just be like too monotonous to like stand on its own.
Then you used
Monokuma
that
is just
trap to kill
just a big brother
Tenko,
of them.
yes?
Oh no, that's not what I mean. You obviously need like a big brother figure to like enforce the killing game onto the participants, right? But what I'm saying is like all the other like ancillary Monokuma garbage that's just like, you know, like the garbage dialogue between like the Mono Cubs and Monokuma, like the shenanigans between like Monokuma and Usami, like I don't think those were necessary to like make the games compelling. I think they like detracted from it. Where like in reality, whenever those happened, I personally just wanted to like get back to the game. Maybe that's not true. Maybe like for a lot of people, like they just like Monokuma and like all the like shenanigans he does and like all the garbage he says. Like maybe it's entertaining, but like to me personally, I think like the game feels stronger without it. Like, you can still have Monokuma be a big brother figure. Because, like, think back to the first game, right? There was, like, significantly less Monokuma bullshit and, like, side humor shenanigans. But, like, Monokuma in that game actually felt like a menacing, threatening force. Like, in the first game, there was no, like, giant Monokuma robots, like in the second game. There was no Exosols, like in the third game. But I would say Monokuma felt like a more looming, present, and dangerous threat himself. Like, literally just the existence of the bear was like the most threatening thing in the game. But I think because of that, Monokuma actually felt more threatening. Whereas like in this game, I think it's more understated. And Monokuma himself no longer feels like a threat. It feels like, oh, he's just like a bear who has control over the environment, but the environment itself is a threat with like the exosols, with the robots. In the second game. So, but maybe that's also not the case. Maybe that's because like I'm just like, this is the third game we're playing, right? So like at this point we were like used to experiencing Monokuma and like like we're accustomed to his presence to where maybe it doesn't feel as threatening. But I don't know. I'd be interested to see like a similar kind of setup without all of the Monokuma bullshit, or at least like on the level of like the first game, because I think like the mystery or like the level of mystery in the first game was like way lower than like the second game, and even like this game so far. The cases were like way easier to solve. But I think the first game had like a much scarier antagonist. Like both Monokuma and Junko felt like they were actually like half decent villain characters. I don't think Junko was a good villain, but I think Monokuma was a good villain, but I don't think Junko was a good villain, if that makes sense.
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Yeah, no,
Are you even listening?
Views amazing.
No, I'm not listening.
What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired.
Yeah, just ignore her and move on. She's not gonna say anything
Angie
useful.
died. Tanko died. Why did I have to survive?
Wait, no, she's right.
And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
I mean, when you really think about it.
Shut up. I told you, I'm too tired.
I mean, when you really think about it, they're like, just start the vote. There's no downside to voting for Himiko, right? Because if Himiko is the Blackened, Himiko dies. And if Himiko isn't the Blackened, Himiko also dies. It's only dubs. It's only wins.
It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it
What
anymore.
a pain.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry.
Dropping that on. Yeah, basically. Okay, so I personally don't like Himiko. It sounds like you don't like her either. Like, I don't really know. I didn't play the game like when it came out and all that shit, right? So, like, do people generally like Himiko, or do they like not like Himiko? Like, is Himiko like a beloved character in the series? And I'm just like not aware of it. There's like this like huge fucking cascade of like Himiko stans is eventually gonna find me, and you're gonna like, I'm gonna show up in a list like years from now. Yeah, you don't, but like I'm sure you've like spoken to other people that like have played Danganronpa because like you like this game, right? So it's just like, do people actually like Himiko? You and Gonta die too if it's not Himiko. I hope Gonta survives because no like big strong character has ever survived through to the end, right? Because Sakura died in the first game and Nekomaru died in the second game. But like none of the strong fighter characters ever survive. So on that basis, I hope Gonta's like one of the people that survive. I don't think she is. So this is kind of like conspiracy speculation, but if that's the case, I wonder if Himiko is like specifically made to be a character that you don't like by the developers. It's like, yeah, we're gonna make this like excessively annoying bullshit fucking character that is just going to live forever. Like, she's literally just like designed to be annoying as like a protest. Oh gosh, she's gonna live through the entire game, isn't she? She's just gonna live through the entire game. She's just gonna live through the entire game. She's gonna have her character development right now because like, oh, Angie and Tenko died and now I'm sad. But they told me to not be sad, so I'm not gonna be sad. But I'm going to continue to be fucking useless. And then she's just gonna like live through the entire game. Right? She's just going to live through the entire game. It was just like by some fucking miracle. Because that's you're like, alright.
Himiko was the one who chose that room.
Fucking...
Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
I don't think that's true, by the way.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tanko!
Like, I don't think, like, a game developer would ever make a character purposefully annoying and just, like, make a game to, like, specifically annoy the player base. I don't think they would do that.
Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
I mean, like, the speculation part of it is, like, the part that I really enjoy. Like, sitting here and, like, just ruminating over and, like, thinking about, like, the intentions of, like, what they're doing in my head. Like, you should have seen me around here when I was, like, playing Danganronpa 2. That was, like, 90% speculation. It turns out I was right on, like, most of, like, the bullshit that the game just throws at you. And, like, even for Sekiro, I think, like, I frustrated the shit out of, like, at least one person who was watching me play Sekiro. Because I was just, like, stubborn about it. But, no, like, as far as, like, this game, it's, like, a murder mystery, so, like, speculating is, like, kind of half the fun for me.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
A little?
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko!
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up, for the sake of everyone who died.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there?
She's a
Was
savage
trap only
little
in that
toad.
room?
Who said that?
Other rooms
Which
may
one
be
of
trapped
you
too.
fuckers? Is this? No! Where are you going? Okay.
I agree.
I agree, best boy.
It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. What bad luck!
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please. Now wait right here while I raise all of my
life
flags.
facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory.
Mm-hmm.
We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead. This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
All right. I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore. I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual. But damn, well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
We got promoted. We're not psychic anymore.
What are you talking about?
Wait, what?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards... Isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Yeah, because there was a magic circle.
That is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic.
I hate you so much.
Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? I like how she went through, like, her entire character development, and the very next sentence I went back to immediately hating her. Ah, that's it. That must be the reason. Yeah, it's the fucking circle. Alright, so what does it want? Does it want the magic circle Korekio drew, or does it want the page child? Because this also has the circle. I'm gonna say it wants this, because it specifies the magic circle.
This is it!
Okay.
It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
Also, it's dark in there, so be sure to watch your step. If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse. Oh, that's why Himiko couldn't do it! The circle's made of salt, and if Himiko touches the salt, she dies.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle.
Hajime, slugs can't
The
touch
floorboard
salt.
in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
Yep.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans, too?
That's right. If that's the case in the culprit, there's no doubt in my mind. They're the one who killed Tenko. God, I haven't seen Supernatural in so long. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive. I cannot believe it took this long to get here. What the fuck?
It has to be you! Kyo, was it you?
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
I mean, I guess we have to, like, deal with, like, all the other suspects as well. But, like, Kyo was clearly, like, directing shit away from himself. But it took so long to get to the very obvious one.
Kyo?
No way!
Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle. The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined.
Right.
And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, The person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo,
Answer already! Did you do it?
What is so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each Blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
Yeah, it was quite the laugh.
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
I mean, you also just, like, memorized the entire thing and was just, like, obsessing over, like, the ritual itself. So, like, you can use your... How can I say this properly and not get banned? You used your on-the-spectrum level obsession to, like, just predetermine where she would be. You used a rock to determine where she is. Because I think that was the entire point of, like, having the rock. And, like, having her forehead on it in that position. And then, like, you knew exactly, like, where you would be in terms of this salt and the circle.
how can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
Because it doesn't matter.
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
The culprit stepped on the exact floorboard even in the darkness. When he prepped this, he just, like, stood there for, like, several nights and just, like, rehearsed it. Alright, if I'm on this corner, I just jump here. In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine culprit found the right floorboard. Although, even after I put out the candle, I can move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see it at all. They used... touch, right? There's no hearing.
That's it!
Himiko probably stank, but I don't think I can confirm or
The
deny
culprit
that.
used touch. They didn't see.
They felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Yeah, all over the floor, in fact.
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark that could have used to determine where the floorboard was. It must have been at the scene. I know it. Oh, fuck. Magic? It's magic. I need an E. Alright, there it is.
I see now.
Oh, I guess you can't spell magic circle without an L.
That's it! The magic circle. They used the magic circle.
The magic circle?
Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
What?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
Wait, but in the picture earlier, were there
So
like
what?
lines?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes?
Yeah.
The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see. Another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the circle with salt all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
Oh,
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
is it actually he has a camera
Excuse
now?
me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Oh, this is another one of Mew's upgrades.
Well, I guess there's no point in
She put a
discussing the
fucking
magic
camera
circle anymore.
inside of me.
Hey, may I have your attention?
No? Oh, God.
Oh, I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize.
It is
I just
unironically
wanted everyone
actually
to
too
listen
bright.
to me.
About what?
I had Mew add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Alright, so what is this function?
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
From your mouth?
I also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance.
No. Gabe, you can't just throw that at me. Oh my fucking. No. I can't look at my screen. What? It's so fucking dumb.
Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible.
Yep.
Go on. Take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay, got it.
So it has those lines. I reluctantly took the picture from paper from Kibo's mouth, like directly. So this is the magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Notice anything? Yeah, so I was right. It's the circle has these lines, right? Does it matter? Can I just pick one? Like, I'll pick this one.
There!
Okay.
This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
My lie?
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document. But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners, which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my thanks? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Yeah, so what was the intended purpose?
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds. Your what? Why? Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality.
I mean, she's not wrong. But you couldn't have, like, a camera? Or you not just turn around and look at it? They're like, oh, now that we coincidentally have a robot, let me install a camera into his brain. And have him look at all of my shits.
Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so... See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
There's our waifu. There she is. In all of her majesty.
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares.
How? I care about her poop more than I care about you,
You
Himiko.
killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction.
Oh, you guys are shower shots with Kyo.
Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Miu is just female Nekomaru. I don't know if Miu is like female Nekomaru, because Nekomaru is like a bro vibe who just takes like massive shits. Miu is just like... Miu is if you took the anime prison school and turned it into a female character. Like, you just took the entire show, you morphed it and personified it into, like, a female anime character, and that's just Miu. Like, she's not a caricature, she's not an established, like, tsundere, yandere, any of the deres. Miu is just prison school as a character, and she's fucking great.
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me.
Oh, his eyes look creepy in that pose.
If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage, so suspicion should fall on them.
No.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle. So simply put, I am not the killer.
I'm sure that Kyo was the culprit. He had a way of getting that murder weapon. I can prove it.
The only person who could have
So are the
collected the
other
sickle
ones.
was Himiko. But the only people who could have
Iron
placed the
Cage.
sickle are Kokichi and Shu.
What does the Iron Cage say? Shuichi, Kokichi, and Kokichi placed this over Tenko, and Himiko removed it. I mean, like, no. So the only thing Kyo did solo, under the assumption that like Kyo is in fact the murderer, would switch this out, right? It's very thick and cannot be seen through. There's blood on the back, on the middle of the sheet, but there's no hole in the fabric. So no hole in the fabric means it wasn't on the dog statue itself. And blood on this means the murder happened when they were both on top of each other, which is how we prove that, like, yeah, the murder didn't happen when Tenko was removed from the cage.
Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma,
What's this?
I did not carry the cage. No, I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
Alright.
I'll cut through your words. The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth.
Allow me to cut through those words.
And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth.
Right.
Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
Okay.
It's correct. Then why don't you give up already?
True, actually.
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
Ah, that's right. What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible.
Probably.
Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Like, he had to have been aware that Angie was dying.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
Unless, literally, he was like... He just set up those 3 rooms and just, like, waited for a murder to happen. And then, like, when a murder did happen, he was like, oh, it's time for my seesaw trick. Yes. Yes.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
Which is ridiculous, but it's this game, so...
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie!
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I work really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
I think Kibo's over it.
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes?
I think he just accepted that Kokichi's homophobic.
How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer?
That is kind of bullshit, by the way.
Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed
Like,
Tenko.
Monokuma just, like, added the rule for funsies.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that. Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
The culprit's one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense! At times like this.
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds.
I really like this part.
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Scrump, scrump,
Why
scrump,
were you
scrump,
waiting
scrump.
for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. Split opinion. I think so far this is like, I don't know if it's my favorite minigame, but like this is definitely like the coolest part of like every trial. I think this shit is sick. Vote for Requiem?
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I've got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
So Kyo did kill
shit.
Tenko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death.
I've got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
The katana was...
If it's in position, let's leave it all together. Do it now, we'll never understand.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into
I've got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo...
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko.
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery.
I've got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
This is our answer.
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder. And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene.
Really? What did we miss?
I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outline piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. Tenko's murder scene? This? Oh no! It's the blood, right? The dried blood?
This is it!
No.
The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
It was also dry.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
The bloodstain under the floorboard was dry because... it happened before the seance was there before Tenko was killed. Yep. Before the seance when Tenko was killed, it dried faster. Wait, what? No, like... Those could both apply! What? It happened before the seance.
That's it! The bloodstain
Those
wasn't
both
from
say the
Tenko's
same
murder.
time frame, game, please!
It was there before we started the seance.
Yeah.
Before the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. It was Angie's.
That's it! That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
So,
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Angie was killed in one of
Just
those
because we
rooms and
found her
taken over
body
there,
there doesn't mean she was killed there.
and her injury was taped up
Ah, I guess that's possible.
and taken over the live action series. I thought you said they
Angie
did.
wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab.
And, like, I mean, I thought you said they did. But also, like, live actions could be, like, hit or miss. Like, your live action could be Great Teacher Onizuka, or your live action could be Death Note. Oh, they have a stage production, and it's like... Yeah, it'd be cool. It'd be cool.
But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out.
Okay.
Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
I don't know, because, like, I think a big part, at least for me, that draws me to the game is, like, how cool the style is. Like, the game's style and the game's, like, sense of, like, art direction is just really, really fucking cool. Like, the scenes, the transitions, like, just the game itself, like, visually, stylistically, like, from the sound choices, just everything is, like, very awesome, and I don't know if you could necessarily have, like, the same impact, in live action form. Like, it'll be really hard to recapture. I mean, it isn't even just the pink blood, right? It's like the executions. It's like the comic book thing, like the stuff you like play through in the game and you like see through the game. A lot of it in terms of like the investigations, the trials, like you realistically couldn't recreate it and like have it be very accurate.
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense
Like,
again.
the execution's like the obvious one, whereas like you couldn't really recreate the brutality of a lot of the executions. I don't even know if you could necessarily like recreate the executions well enough unless you had like ridiculous budget in real life. But even outside of just like the executions, like the UI, the flow of like I think you can. It's just like you'd have to have some like crazy, insane direction to pull it off. But maybe.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
And she left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or... effigies, skull leaf, check out
The art research lab
magic circle.
is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
What does Necronomicon say? Did she go in there to get a candle? To, like, burn this? I mean, she had wax material in her lab. So... like, maybe?
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! To keep herself awake at night,
Oh shit.
she would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like
Typical
something
me.
only you would do, Mew.
Doesn't mean she had a wick. I guess you don't necessarily use fire for, like, wax. I mean, like, for, like, sculpting, as in, like, you have, like, another source of fire or heat. Unless you don't, like, need fire or heat at all in art for, like, sculpting and painting.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed.
I don't know enough about it.
She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But I think it's the
But
same
why
thing you
would
said.
she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it!
She wanted a candle!
I agree.
I agree with those words.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Okay, so like, her lab just didn't have, like, a source of fire, which is fine.
Yeah, for kinky wax play.
Yep, that's exactly what
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead,
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab.
Okay.
So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
and that's when the culprit attacked her.
That's why there was dried blood under floor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's bloodstain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie.
I mean, we checked like the...
This must be a Tua's will.
The hole.
Or maybe the power of magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on.
She didn't say it's
You're
magic.
all acting as though you've proven that is fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
Oh,
I think she was
you had
still
duct
alive
tape.
after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. The Monokuma file? Oh, shit. That was unintentional. It just randomly switches buttons. Like, sometimes you scroll with the left mouse, sometimes you scroll with the right mouse, but... Okay, whatever. Forehead injury. Wait, another question? Still alive after being attacked? This?
This is it! The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from the katana.
Yes.
But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab. I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you? All clear? What are you all? You what? What are... I will not fear. I will not back down.
What?
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
You know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
I don't think there's
You
enough
must
tea on the
teach
planet.
these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
Please enlighten me.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
You're actually creeping Mew out.
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all.
It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all!
Angie was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion!
Oh shit.
You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
I think
no
it's duct tape.
delusion.
Because like that was
Angie's two
covered,
external wounds tell the story.
like the forehead injury was covered with the duct tape.
After she was struck in the empty room,
That's why there
she
was
was
also
carried
hair
to the
on
art
it.
research lab
And
and,
then,
then
like,
killed.
She was stabbed in the neck
You
afterwards.
say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wiped them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence. Shuichi,
I'll cut through your words. There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
what?
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
So when do we address the part where she they took their mask off and was like a completely different person? Or just,
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of.
are we actually just ignoring that?
But since it was hidden, the
In its
culprit
entirety?
didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
How long are we gonna keep this up, actually?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
Yeah, okay.
I'm convinced there's only
I'll-
one
I'll shut
person
up,
who
it's
could have
fine.
killed Angie.
Oh fuck, what was the question? Who killed Ange? Oh, why is this a question?
It has to be you.
It was you. We couldn't find out before because it was a
It's
different
you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
It was you, but not he you. It was she you.
What the fuck? So it's true!
Yes.
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
Not yet, but depending on how based on how this game is going, soon probably.
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
You know what? I don't know. Like, I need to look at whether or not I'm allowed to have drunk streams. But I have this idea of like, so I have two friends on like the server who haven't played they have never experienced Doki Doki Literature Club. I was thinking of like playing or streaming those with them while all of us are hammered. Like, plastered. Like, we take a shot at like every poem. And hit dabs. I mean, like, I don't really enjoy smoking. That's kind of whatever, but like, I didn't even know if I was like allowed to talk about it. I don't know what like the rules are, so I want to have like a clear set of like, okay, this is what I'm allowed to do, this is what I'm not allowed to do. Because I mean, I'm also dual streaming this on YouTube, and I don't know if I can like do that on YouTube as well. So I want to like look at, I want to cover my bases before like I tell the boys. Maybe I'll have stream shirtless. I just like, I mean, there are times when my room gets really hot, and I either turn the camera off or like put like dark shot on the screen. Like I just put dark shot on the screen. So I just take my shirt off right now. I can even take my shorts off right now. Great. But if it's like okay on Twitch and if it's okay on YouTube, then I might do like that after sometime down the line, because like they're both busy at the moment. Listen to action, yeah, because I don't want to get banned. I like being here. It's kind of nice.
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
The murder that was an accident was Angie? Right?
That's it! Angie's murder was an
Because,
accident.
like, Tenko's murder was too well planned out. Yeah. Occupation of choice as I go through college. Or went through college. Wait, so... If Angie's murder was an accident, and Angie's murder happened before Tenko's murder, why the fuck did you kill Tenko?
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick.
Right.
But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
Okay.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
I mean, in that case, like... I feel like there's a million different ways to explain what you're doing. If you're sawing, like, underneath the floor, like, you're under the floor. So, she's not gonna see you. If you're above ground, you're like, oh, this looks really dangerous, and I was just, like, fixing it. You could say some random bullshit. You could say, like, oh, like, I'm an anthropologist, and, like, these floorboards seemed unique because this is, like, an ancient school, and we're like... You could say any random bullshit line that isn't killing her, and then after you kill her anyway, why the fuck would you go through another murder?
Then he should have just stopped there.
So I wonder why.
Angie, there was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
He only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless.
And really fucking stupid.
If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Yes, actually.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
Oh. Alright, you know what? You know what? I know this is gonna be dumb. Like... I know whatever reason they're gonna give us is gonna be fucking stupid. I just want to brace myself for how stupid. So you know what? Give me like a number on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being the Funhouse case, which was like fairly well set up, and 10 being 11037. On a scale of 1 to 10, how fucking stupid is this gonna be? A 5? Alright.
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio.
Oh, it's back.
Yes. You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over.
Oh, I'm horrified.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. For you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it.
Now the keel looks good with this.
I will
This is
only acknowledge facts,
true.
true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't
She doesn't need to
acknowledge
be, though.
your
Nee's
deductions
more my
or
type anyway.
guesses. Well said. Good job, Korekio. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence? There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
You're wrong. There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
I mean...
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
Oh, I actually have no idea. What was used to knock her out?
That's not pop.
Wait, what was used to knock her out? Is it that corner? You use like a piece of loose floorboard to knock her out? A cross piece? On the bottom part of the floorboard. Did you literally bonk her with a loose floorboard? It's not the rock, because it doesn't have blood on it. Alright, I'm gonna go with the floorboard when it pops up, probably.
Possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize. 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 Apologize.
Have you watched Fairy Tail before? I think I watched like the first 2 seasons up until like a tournament. It was like, I tried to watch it for as long as I could, but I got like mostly really annoyed and frustrated by it. I did not enjoy watching Fairy Tail.
Come on. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
This is the vibration
Seriously,
action.
what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening with Kyo, but I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. Oh shit.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Korekio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Oh shit.
I told you
That's
I
bad.
am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
Remove floorboard.
It ends here!
Whoa.
Kyo hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
The voice actor for Natsu is the voice actor for Kyo. Really? Like the English VA? Because like... I mean, I can kind of hear it. Yeah. Oh, I get that, but... Fairy Tail just faved. Alright, I'll keep my opinions of Fairy Tail to myself for now. I mean, apparently I just have like shit taste in anime because I also didn't like One Piece. Like watching One Piece.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There's literally dry blood on it.
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
That's that Fairy Tail? I mean, maybe. It's been like a really long time since I've like tried watching Fairy Tail. Generally with like long-running shows like that, I don't like to have formulated opinions until like I've seen through all of it. I think Fairy Tail was like still ongoing when I watched it for like the bit that I did. And yeah, just by the end of it, or like up until that point, I was like really forcing myself to watch it, and after that, I just could not. Yeah, no, we can. Like again, if you want to like talk about anything on Discord, just like at me at GenChat or DM me, and it's fine. Last part of Fairy Tail. It's still going? I thought it was over. I mean, like, Bleach, like, sort of had its resurgence recently, so, like, it's probably not over. But that's surprising. That's still going.
Angie's blood?
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's
okay.
also the bloodstain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Wait, so did he pick up the floorboard and kill her while Angie was there? Because if that's the case, or like attack her so that she was like knocked out. But if that's the case, then like, what even is the reason to do that? Because if the floorboard's in place and you're working on stuff under the floorboard, then she wouldn't have known anything.
Kyo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How? If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick.
Yeah.
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie. I believe that while Keel was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold-cocked her with the floorboard.
All you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
This is so fucking
It's
dumb.
true. This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi, I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
Shuichi, please, put an end to this.
Play with a fucking string.
For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
Like,
I understand.
I hope it's literally some dumb shit like, oh, but since I went through all this trouble to like make a seesaw trick, I had to use it, right? Like, come on, guys, I put in all this effort. I prepped all 3 rooms. So someone else had to die, guys. You don't understand. I went through all these plans. You guys just had to see it.
I'll go over everything one more time. Keel, I want you to confess.
He can't because he's hunting some sketchy and she told him. And then he went on and did another murder, but why? The remove floorboard. Just smacked Angie with it. So what's this one? Remove the goalie katana. Hit the sliding lock. The small stone that Himiko brought. Stuck duct tape while transferring her. Sickle place to kill. Oh, I did miss one. The path made with salt. It was the magic of the druids. Kobe's lockpicking was... No, it's when we discovered the moiter. Shuichi extinguished the flame. This was during the seance, so... That Kai's effigy was during the setup. Stomp hard on the floorboard.
This is the truth of the case!
Alright, I'm bracing myself.
Let's look back at the first murder. It was late last night.
It's a 5
The
out of 10.
culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and to whoever picked a room. To cut the cross pieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the cross pieces in all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting cross pieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit. The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head.
What? And she just fucking stood there? She's like, she walks into the room. It's like, oh, hey, Kyo. What you doing with that floorboard? Why are you picking it up? And she's like, oh, it looks like you're about to swing with that. Yep, that looks like you're about to attack someone that's standing roughly in my position. And that's the last thing she ever fucking saw. And it's the same with 11037. I mean... Okay, I cannot believe we're still living on that first case.
The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise. They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab.
Yeah, and then, like, Leon went on to, like, actually commit the murder himself, which is, like, that's fine. Like, that's fair, that's kind of reasonable, actually. Because, like, Leon ultimately did just want to commit the murder. So...
While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end.
Dude, who the fuck tapes like that? It's like, yeah, you're trying to, like, cover the injury, but, like, you're barely plugging it at all if you just, like, tape it, like, over her bangs and over the injury. Like, you don't, like, move her or lift her bangs, tape the cut, and then move her? Yep.
But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body.
Yeah, because he taped
Without
her
that
like
evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick.
Okay.
Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside.
And also, it's not like 11037 at all, because, like, after this point, he has literally no reason to kill Tenko. While I'm happy that he did, there's just... You know what? I hope the reasoning is good. Like, maybe they knew each other from before or something, and like...
And took out the katana they brought from their own lab.
We never went into it, kind of like Peko and Fuyuhiko or something.
They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her.
Trial?
Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung 4 effigies upside down.
Why all 4 of them?
There were 2 reasons for this. To overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door. Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body.
I mean, like, the gold leaf could have rubbed off on his hand, but, like, he could have also just, like, cleaned it off. Whereas, like, on the door, he no longer had access to the doorknob or, like, the latch on the door. So he couldn't, like, tamper with it in any way. That's fine. I'm willing to accept that as it is.
But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder.
Like, in terms of mechanically how it works, it makes sense.
To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance.
Like, everything from this moment onwards is just stupid. It is, like, ridiculous.
Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place. After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Caged Child song. When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko.
Hey dudes, check out
It
this
would have been
sick
quite
flip.
difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it. After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body. And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room. Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark.
So are you falling asleep? No.
However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle.
No, I just need to, like, splash some tea in my eyes or some shit. I mean, you gotta admit, this is like
the ultimate anthropologist.
dragging a little bit.
You're
My
the
eyelids
culprit
dropping.
behind these murders.
Yeah, because like my eyeballs were spinning backwards into my eyes.
That's where my detective
I just want to get to the
work leads
reasoning,
us.
okay?
It all fits.
Does it all fit?
Sweet Correcchio, there are times when it's necessary to admit defeat. Admit? Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately, yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret, was not being able to make 100 friends.
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
I think...
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
I think I had like a little bit of like micro sleep during that entire like comic invest thing, because like I couldn't play it. Fun fact, chapter victim is mute. I'm sorry, Susan. I just did not see it until recently. Hi, welcome to stream. Oh, never mind. Remove. And I use this channel. Here we go. Sorry, someone was just like posting random spoilers in the YouTube chat. That's fantastic. What a wonderful human being. I wish her entire family a lovely day. Alright, let's keep going.
Roger that! One voting time coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart-racing excitement!
Has the blackened and the spotless finally face off?
It's voting time!
I'm sorry, I dozed off, so I kind of forgot what we were doing. It's Himiko, right? Yeah, it's Himiko.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
Someone voted for me? Yeah?
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice
Chop her off
or the
the block.
dreadfully wrong one?
Alright, which Monaco is dying? I think it's gonna be Monogram. $387 coins.
Wah!
Seriously? You're correct again.
Absolutely right!
Amazing! This is the third correct verdict in a
All
row.
right!
If you manage to get 12 verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. How is this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
No, not yet. I haven't heard his answer. Kyo, why? Why
Right!
did you kill Angie and Tenko? Yeah, he no need to kill them both. No reason to kill both. Alright. Sorry about that. Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey, hey!
Don't tell me, were you actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito?
Shut up!
Shut up! I never said I was scared. The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it? Because we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive?
Yeah?
And why?
Yes.
For the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart. Someone so dear. Someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart. And she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love. No matter what anyone says.
What?
Bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you. Some of us aren't that lucky. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko, but why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I did to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one that I love is inside. Inside?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one will want a disgusting shit-stuffed bitch like you anyway.
Sploosh!
Okay.
Hey!
Kyo, who is it? Who's the person?
Hey.
Who's this person you love? Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see,
I mean inside me.
sister.
Yes, the one I love lives inside me. My dearest sister.
Huh?
Sister?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not a sister.
Right?
Well, duh. If you were a sister, he would have killed himself already.
Wait.
Your sister? But didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter?
It is not that difficult. My sister is my lover. Well, we're just like, we're going all the
I
way with
loved
this.
her
Oh,
so
it's
deeply.
back.
And she loved me so deeply.
Why does it say no physical connection with like an asterisk on top?
The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us.
Okay, you know what? What's with the no physical connection? What does that line of text mean?
They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared.
Oh boy.
Oh, the only time I felt it for my beloved sister.
On screen. Maybe. Or maybe this is just like the classic, oh, they're not in fact related by blood. Surely. Although I think the game, like, based on the text and like the conversation, they're like insinuating that, like, no, they're siblings. They're just brother and sister.
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
No. I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Sister was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have any friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. I mean, you gotta do that first. So, I thought I'd find her some friends. friends for my dear deceased sister.
Huh?
Deceased?
Do you understand?
My sister is now a ghost, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister!
For sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
What?
Incomprehensible.
This is impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Is very happy.
Yes.
Yes, Korekio. I am very happy. Thanks to you, I'm not lonely.
What?
Could it be that lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
Okay, I guess I'm expected to believe that, like, oh yeah, he was just insane, which is fine. But this also kind of feels like the devs wrote this as an afterthought. And you sort of get that vibe that the devs wrote this in as an afterthought because his sister still doesn't have a name. Korekio's motive is just his sister.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Korekio. Your love made the impossible possible. Oh, it's just like Haito was
Are you
talking
serious?
about. Oh, he's here. Are you serious? Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just insane. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well, you know.
You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here?
What was that?
Oh, what? Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
You didn't kill to escape from here. You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just want to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
Only girls? I see. So when we were deciding on who should be the medium... Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. I think it will work best with a girl. You said it will work best with a girl? I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides Maki and Mew, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sister's friends. Were you really about to send Himiko to your sister?
Yeah?
All worthy?
Why, you?
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care.
Then
The second victim could have been me? Tenko died in place of me? Then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. No, I'll do it.
Excellent.
Kimiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko. Huh? Infiltrate? Really?
But
how did you... It was obvious to me. I have studied many people.
Can this be?
Yes. She stood up against the darkness of the school all by herself. all for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for sister. I can understand why you didn't like her, Himiko.
Well,
Though, I was planning on having you become sister's friend. Too, eventually.
No way!
What? You do all that for... Wow, you did all that just to kill? For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive.
no.
You were interested in the caged child just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interests me as an anthropologist, of course, but more than
For
that,
my beloved sister!
I wanted to kill for sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling.
Are you okay?
Kaito, are you okay? You look kind of pale. Don't worry about it. Well, let's focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However,
But Angie walked in on me preparing and I ended up killing her in a different way. So I figured I may as well kill someone else too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared. Oh my god! Holy fuck. It was unironically... Oh, and not show you my seesaw trick? Oh, well, I made this seance trick. I mean, I put in all this work, why waste it? I might as well just kill someone else, you know? A +1.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I put in so much work. It was so much effort. I had to get a saw and a sickle and to like prepare this stupid fucking dog ritual. I was sending another friend to sister.
Correcchio.
You're such a thoughtful little brother. But it was bad to get greedy.
oh dear.
You're right. Because of that, now I can't send 100 friends to sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Correcchio's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That's right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister?
But how?
That's wrong. That's so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's still something I learned after sister's death.
Do not worry.
Oh, don't worry about it. I was just kind of losing my mind. I just, like, the answer is unironically just... Oh, like, since I fucking made the seesaw trick, I might as well use the seesaw trick. It'd be like a waste, right? I already put in so much work, I might as well just use it for another kill. Death only changes the person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost. I mean, like, we're towards the end. It's fine.
That's right.
I'm glad you're back. Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Correcchio's side.
Sister.
Thank you, sister. I love you. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well,
Because death is unfair.
and another thing.
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when you're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game. Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. If people were watching this.
Shut up!
The leader? Okay. Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me!
Hell yeah. If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then...
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister...
I think I shall go and see her now. My beloved sister.
Sister...
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now. Have her come dumpster line? Yeah, she did. Like, that was during the trial itself.
Correcchio.
It was pretty good. It was a pretty good moment.
Oh.
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
The moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time.
Huh?
Punishment time.
Sister...
It's her best line, is it? I mean, so far she's had a bunch of, like, really, really, really good lines. So, I don't know. They're all, like, really up there.
That's right.
Mew is just peak from now on. No one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from the others. Does he get eyeshadow when he, like, transforms into, like, sister, or am I just hallucinating?
Therefore...
It's funny, this is copying off guard. I mean, I think when Kokichi's talking about Mew, like, he knows how to, like, deal with Mew. So, like, their interactions are, like, also just pretty good in general. Like I said, there's no such thing as a death that can't be accepted. Oh, shit, it's the mouse thing again.
From an anthropological point of view...
Why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease?
Yes.
The living must find a reason, however, forced to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate anthropologist, Korekiyo Shinguchi.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
It won't just be me and Korekiyo. All those who died will be watching. Yeah, he does! He gets, like, eyeshadow when he's transformed into her. That's interesting. Like, it's not just lipstick, it's also just, like, straight makeup. I'll be watching to see you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Well, goodbye, Korekiyo. Fuck. Oh, it's the red rope, like when we were together in the love room key, hotel room key. Hotel with the key. I was getting boiled alive? Holy fuck. Was he trying to push both of them in, or was he... did he just, like, run into it? I was getting salted by both of them. It was the magic of the druids. What?
How gory!
No, Monata, why? Nice.
How can this be?
What? To think my cute child would commit
Yay!
Sudoku. Ah, it's so cute. It's so freaking cute that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like. I thought, like, his hands were extended, so, like, I thought he was, like, trying to push them in. But, like... I don't know. Monotone commits suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodum obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right!
Yes, the other Monocubs drove him to suicide, but not me. Hey, who's Monodum?
Eh?
Huh? You already forgot? That's kinda scary. Look at the execution. I mean, boiled alive is like a really rough one. It was like kind of uneventful, but like that was pretty brutal.
Well now.
Well, looks like another class trial has wrapped up without incident. So I'm gonna take back this Necronomicon. Seems like a waste though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and add them to your roster.
You?
Shut up! How long are you gonna keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
What's the point?
Psychological part is just returning him? No. I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do it, right? Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were going to use it, then you should have let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? Oh, well, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually. Yeah, they really were. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's just been the two of us the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
Oh, it's just two of them now. Even now, he still talks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
Man, this is stupid. What people believe in is up to them, but the living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course!
The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. That's not something a coward like you should say. You shut up, leave me alone. But there's one thing this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Going to do his best.
To keep everyone safe. Gonta want to protect everyone. But your talent is entomology. With the power of Bug, Gonta protect everyone. I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you going to use that, huh?
Okay.
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent. Huh?
That's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling is a killer shows? Don't underestimate her. Maki Roll's one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Maki-roll?
Oh.
Oh, you guys are so close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner. Especially not after losing 7 people. You right. Only 9 people left now. Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right. 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away and only 9 remain. Do you have, like, photographic evidence, Kibo?
Actually...
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But...
Just 9 of us.
Well, you know...
Humans are like weeds. Too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end.
Shit.
That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking. Right? Right?
How rude!
No, I am not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know...
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you!
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaito.
Well, of course!
You're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hey!
Hold up, Keeble. He needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
These balls, yank your head off and smash it onto the ground with all your strength. Got it?
No way!
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology. Seems like everything is settled for now. Okay. I think the reasoning and the justification they went for is fine, because the justification is like, he's just batshit. That really is the reason. And like, if the reasoning is supposed to be that, oh, you can't really apply the logic to it, then like, I can't really logic through it. It's fine. Robophobia during yeah, right? No, see, like, we're in support of Kokichi. Obviously. Blame Danganronpa for, like, going, oh, dude, like, everyone, like, really didn't like the whole Robo Nekamaru. I don't think anyone was a fan of, like, Nekamaru, huh? What if we add another robot in the next game, and then just have him across the entire game? From the start. But then we just made, like, the most annoying, obnoxious slug as a lolly, as another character that lasts forever. For simplicity's sake, he basically did it for his sister. I mean, yeah, that's like... He just, I guess, like, his sister passed away, and, like, that kind of, like, broke his mind at some point. Like, if the game is just, like, chalk it up to insanity, I'm willing to just chalk it up to insanity. That's fine. Honestly, it's fine. It's, like, fairly reasonable. It's a better answer than, like, a lot of the crazy answers you could give me. So, it's fine as it is. It's okay. It seems like... The answers could have been worse. They could have, like, gone for, like, logical answers. And I think, like, they sort of kind of hinted at it when they were like, oh, yeah, now that I've, like, set up the seance trick, I might as well use the seance trick, right? It's already there. We already have the setup. I already put in all this work. I might as well just kill someone else. Like... Because up until, like, we went into, like, the Tenko murder, I don't think, like, anyone was suspecting him, aside from, like, the sword. He was basically off the hook. Like, most people were suspecting, like, the other members of the student council. If anything, Tenko was, like, the most likely suspect. I'm surprised that, like, we didn't go into, like, alibis this time. Like... Usually, one of the first things you do is check on, like, the other people's alibis that are likely to be a suspect. I don't know, there was, like, enough bullshit in this trial anyway, and there were, like, 2 victims. It's fine. It's fine. I think the mystery overall was, like, pretty good. To be honest, I thought he was trying to do the ritual to resurrect his sister, but I was wrong. His exact reasoning. No, his exact reasoning was like, oh, I just need to send 100 friends for dear sister. Is a chapter 3 trope. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. What was chapter 3 in the second game? It was in with Ibuki, right? It was Ibuki, Hyoko, Mikan? Yeah, it's kind of forgettable, honestly. I mean, like, I sort of remember it because it was Mikan, but other than that, it was, like, fairly forgettable. I like the setup for it in, like, the last game, where you had, like, you had the Wizard of Oz, and they were using that as, like, the murder thing, and it was, like, a Wizard of Oz parody in the movie theater. And that was sort of, like, the setup for the murder. Don't call Ibuki forgettable. I mean, Ibuki... Look, if you like Ibuki, more power to you. I'm not gonna shit on it. Look, glass houses, right? In the last game, for me, Mikan was the GOAT. Mikan and Chiaki were great. Nekomaru was great. And, like, maybe a lot of people didn't like Nekomaru or Mikan. And here, like, I think Kirumi and Miu are great. And I can see why people would not like those characters. Now, they'd be wrong, but I can understand why. Mikan is extremely traumatized. I mean, I haven't watched the show yet, so I've heard the show, like, explains a bunch of other things. Like, other media explains things that happens within the game. But, like, I have to, like, go explore outside of the game to, like, understand that. Her backstory is just trauma. I mean, I got that from, like, the game itself. Like, she was covered in bandages. She's obviously, like, very meek from, like, being traumatized. Hyoko is a massive, massive piece of shit. Like, we got that from the game. Like the game does a fairly good job in explaining and expressing that. That's fine. Like, I wasn't confused by Mikan's backstory. I think, like, Mikan's backstory made sense, and then, like, Junko's the one who's, like... who was either nice to her, or, like, was mean to her in a nice way. I don't know how Junko treated her, but apparently, like, Junko treated her right. Or, like, said something to her that, like, really resonated with her. One of those things. Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help. You can tell Gonta.
Hey!
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt.
Oh.
Oh, Gonta understand.
You're so dumb.
God, Himiko is such a liar.
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it. You wouldn't have any free will if the world was comprised with just the truth.
But
even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
Right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit.
Nuh-uh.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
Hey, what are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So if you feel like crying while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. The 3 emotions. That was long. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. So lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are, but I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. I was like, yeah. Kinda, yeah. Himiko.
Damn it.
Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they were tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However...
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
Goddamn, Gonzo really is just best boy, right? Look at him. Holy fuck.
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think? Yeah, I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya!
Oh, I didn't think she was gonna like say it
There's
directly.
no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a
But
gentleman
she just
after
went
all.
for it. Okay. Gonta is a gentleman. Gonta's just like the bestest. While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. Kaito, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
Ah, you sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you just like scary things, then you should have said so. Earlier, I thought you were sick.
Ha!
You worried about me? Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. It seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, 'cause of me.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound like you're bragging, Kaito.
Ha!
But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. Is Kaibro dying? I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito.
Damn it. I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet.
Oh, Kaibro is dying.
Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
Beyond the grave. Oh, we got the Gimp mask. Okay. Alright, so as far as the game, I think we're gonna pause here. And I'll continue progress tomorrow. To anyone that's here, that's actually following through. Thanks for being around. Oh. Okay, I'm like fully invested. I think so far, like, the setups have been like interesting, the premise has been interesting. If you want to stick around, I'm gonna like do the maybe like look for the new scenes with like the love key. The best part of the stream. No, it won't let me.
Hey there.
Alright. That voice sounded like Rantaro. Angie. If we get Angie, we'll do Angie. The only ones I'm just like kind of no on are like Tenko and Himiko. Ryoma. Did we do Ryoma? The whole log. Alright, this is a good one to end it on. This is a good one to end it on. Every time I come here, I play the role of their ideal. Ideal. Like some shared fantasy. And using here. I mean, hopefully if all goes well, he's probably having a really good night. He's probably having a really good night. What kind of fantasy will Gonta have? Something heartwarming, perhaps?
Allow Gonta.
Thank you for coming to see Gonta. Gonta will do best to be Shuichi's companion.
Huh?
What? Okay.
Hey!
Hungry? Need Gonta to carry your luggage? Gonta is plenty strong.
No.
No. I didn't bring anything with me. What is going on here exactly?
As gentlemen.
What do you mean? It is normal for gentlemen to be gentle with a woman. A woman, I suppose I'm meant to play a woman. I know I'm supposed to be a good partner, but this is going to be difficult.
Maybe...
Oh, you don't like it? You're right. Gonta shouldn't force Shuichi into a lady role, just for practice play.
Huh?
Huh? Am I not supposed to be a lady?
Huh?
Huh? You're not woman, are you?
Sorry?
Wait, is Shuichi really woman? Sorry, Gonta should have noticed sooner.
No.
No, I'm a man.
Thank goodness!
Oh, okay, good. Gonta wouldn't know what to do if Gonta upset Shuichi on accident. Don't worry about that. A harmless mistake. You want to practice for the part, right? Well, I'm happy to help you. Shuichi is so nice. Gonta wishes he could return favor somehow.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, practice on Gonta.
Huh?
By practice you mean...
Going to do his best!
Gonta's never behaved like lady before. But Gonta will do his best if you let him.
Gonta!
You don't have to go that far, Gonta.
No way!
But what Gonta's supposed to do? Shuichi being so nice to Gonta.
Wait!
Gonta, it's alright. Really, it's fine. Just settle down.
That not good!
Hey, what should Gonta do? Gonta grabbed my shoulders hard. I couldn't handle the weight and... whoa! We fell onto the bed behind his lips and hangled. I had fallen on my back and Gonta was right above me, breathing hard. I couldn't move. Gonta's massive body on top of mine was too intimidating. It's like I never left.
Huh?
Gonta's body jerked upward as if pulled by some unseen force, jumping back a few feet.
Are you okay?
Gonta, idiot!
Gonta's not okay. Not okay at all. How could Gonta do this? I mean, honestly, I've read worse scripts. It's fine.
No.
Gonta, don't worry about it. He surprised me a little, that's all.
No can do that!
Gonta does worry. It is unforgivable for gentlemen to mistreat lady. So I'm still playing the lady, huh?
No.
No. Even if Shuichi not lady, is still bad. Gonta scares Shuichi. Still a long way to go before Gonta can be gentleman. Gonta, you noticed that I was a little scared.
You might not believe Gonta, but Gonta not ever want to hurt you.
Yeah, I know.
I stood up and walked up to him. I could see his shoulders trembling.
Hey, I'm just fine, okay? Let's keep practicing for the party.
Shuichi, thank you. Gonta, be perfect companion this time. Gonta, take care of you.
Thank you, Gonta.
Inspired by Gonta's impeccable manners, I reciprocated and offered my hand. He may not look the part, but I'm convinced Gonta is polite and kind. A gentleman.
What would gentlemen say? Gonta, keep you up all night.
Okay.
That might not be completely accurate.
Yes, it is. Shut up, Shuichi. Oh my god, that was so good. Alright. Canonical. Alright, you know what? Oh. Gonta W Riz. I mean, that last line? Dude, that last
Rise
line
and shine, Ursine!
Was pretty fucking fine. That shit was pretty fire. Oh. Okay. I think that's like a good spot to end it on, honestly. Gonta is just the bestest boy. As a third, okay, so for a third trial, I think like this third trial was one of the better ones. Like, I'd like to know like why this had to be a double murder at all. Like, the reasoning behind like why it was double murder kind of felt like it was just like written off like by the devs like offhanded, like, okay, let's just like give it a reason, just like make it be fucking whatever. But the murder itself, like an accidental murder followed by like, oh, I might as well go through the planned murder, is pretty dumb. And like the overarching, like within the context of the game, it's like it's pretty dumb. But I don't know. I'd have to like just think about it for a day. And Tenko was targeting Angie was collateral. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand everything that's happened. That's not the issue. The issue is just like someone wrote that. Like, you gotta remember that, like, even though there were like two separate murders, and like in the game they like explain what and why it happened, like what happened and why it happened. The dev team, or like the writers, wrote in that like, oh yeah, he killed someone by accident while he was planning a murder, and then he does the planned murder. Like, someone on the dev team like wrote that as like something they specifically wanted to do. And like the reasoning, it's something I'm willing to accept, but I don't think it was very good. It's passable. So like, it just makes me wonder, like, why did it have to be two murders? You know? I don't know, maybe they thought like this was the best spot to like enter a double murder, but it was fine. It was fine. Like, actually thinking back to it, was every third case a double murder? Yeah, right? Because it was Taka Hifumi, and then it was Hiyoko Ibuki, and now it's Tenko Enchi. So maybe that's why they were like, oh yeah, it's the third murder. It obviously has to be a double murder. I know, what's the thing for the fourth murder usually? I mean, in the first game, the fourth murder was just like herself. In the second game, the fourth murder was they just get taken to the funhouse. Yeah, chapter 3 was double murder. I mean, yeah, in that context, like, it has to be double murder. It's just, I'm like satisfied with the reasoning, but that doesn't make it a good reasoning. It's still kind of like a bit troll, but it's fine. And Kokishi being a third victim. Yeah. That was like really good though. That was a good moment. Either way, thank y'all for being here. This is the end of the stream. I'm probably going to bed. Y'all should go to bed or go eat some proper food. I'm probably gonna go eat some proper food. Go take a bath, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. If you haven't joined the Discord, go sub to me on... Oh, don't do that. Go sub to me on YouTube. And... like, if Tokichi was dead, then there really could have been two Blackened. I mean, even with the two victims, there could have been, like, two Blackened. I think, what I initially stated, where, Tenko actually was Angie's murderer, like, Tenko was the original Blackened, that would have been, like, very, very interesting. Like, I sort of wish they did that, but they didn't, like, write that, so it's kind of whatever. Either way, I could talk about this forever, but, like, we start from the next case tomorrow, and we'll see how far we can get. Hopefully, like, I can get to the trial tomorrow. That'd be, like, kind of nice. And I think, like, starting, like, as I did today, like, at around 9 p.m. is probably, like, where I'm going to end up for the most part. But yeah, so anyone's here, thank you for coming, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow here at 9. Have a good night. Peace, peace.